Namaste everybody and welcome. I'm Acharidas and I'm very happy to see you all here and to welcome you to this wonderful program tonight. The program will run something like this. I'll be taking you through a nice guided meditation now for 10 or 12 minutes. Then we'll be having one more kirtan like we've just had now, this chanting of these transcendental sounds or sacred mantras. And after that chant or that kirtan is finished, we'll be inviting Acharidas to come and speak on this topic of everybody dies, but not everybody lives. So that will go on for 3 or 4 hours, if we're lucky. There will be time for questions and answers. So after Acharidas has finished the body of the talk, the floor will be opened to your questions. And just as a thought, maybe during the talk there may be something that comes up that you're wondering about. If you want to take a note on your phone or something like that about the question you have, then maybe jot that down so it's clear when we get the chance for the questions and answers. And also just to let you know that tonight is being streamed on YouTube. So again, if you want to revisit tonight, you want to hear the talk again, then you can. It'll be archived on the Mantra Room Gold Coast on YouTube, so you can go back and revisit it and consider. There'll be much to consider in what Acharidas will be, presenting tonight. So that's an idea as well. And I've also been requested to ask you here on the floor to please tighten up a little bit and come in a little closer. Because as people come in more, they're being pushed to the back wall and things like that. So if you don't mind just shuffling a little forward and maybe in a little tighter, and allow, so we'll have some more room there for people. And if any of you are not aware, the bathrooms are just behind you to your left, over your left shoulder. You'll see the bathrooms there. There's 2 bathrooms. So that's the program. We'll have the guided meditation now. We'll have a little bit more kirtan. Acharidas will speak, and there'll be questions and answers. There'll be a little bit of it. There'll also be some chanting or kirtan after the talk. Then we have a nice plant-based meal for everybody to participate, to enjoy. And then for those who would like to stay longer, we have some more kirtan to wrap up after the meal as well. So please stay right to the end and take advantage of the whole evening and everything that we have to offer.
And we have a couple more seats up front if anyone wants to come and sit with us. You're very
welcome. Here's a seat if anyone wants. There's seats over here as well, and there's a seat here. So those who are not too shy, you can come up and fill up these spaces as well. Okay, so I think that's everything taken care of. So, get yourself comfortable. If you like, you can close your eyes if that helps you to not be distracted by, people moving around and things like that. It'll help to immerse ourselves more in the meditation. So first of all, let's just be aware of the music in the background. Just bring your focus, your mind into listening to the music, leaving aside all of our other responsibilities in life and just being fully present tonight in this experience. Just beginning to let the body soften and relax. We can bring our awareness into the rhythm of our breath. So just becoming aware of your breath. It happens so easily and so automatically. So just now, not concentrating, but just a gentle awareness of each inward and outward breath. You can mentally say, to yourself, I am aware I am inhaling. I am aware I am exhaling. Feeling the coolness of each inhalation in your nostrils. Being aware of the warmth of your exhalation. The rhythm of the breath is just like a gentle wave lapping on the shore of a lake, gently ebbing, flowing. Feeling the rhythm of the breath in your whole body. With each inward breath, feel how your whole body is gently expanding. On each outward breath, feel a softening, a letting go of the tension being held in the body. Becoming aware of softening and relaxing your shoulders with the outward breath. Feel them dropping down, dropping away. Spreading down through your arms into your hands. Feel the tension in the scalp melting away with each outward breath. Moving down to the skin and muscles of your whole face. Relaxing the diaphragm, the abdominal muscles. Feel a softening and relaxation of your whole body. Feeling that gentle rhythm, the ebbing and flowing of your breath. In a moment, we'll be harmonizing our breathing. And then starting on the third outward breath, we add this transcendental yoga mantra, Goranga. On each inward breath, mentally repeating Goranga. On the outward breath, saying aloud, Goranga. listening to and resting in the sound of the mantra. Now let us all inhale together. Exhaling. Inhaling. Exhaling. Nice deep inhalation. Now we'll have some more kirtan. So kirtan is very beautiful and wonderful meditation, as we were doing, as Mati Liladasa was doing when we first came in. It's the hearing and chanting of these sacred yoga mantras. So generally, although not always, someone will chant the mantras and everyone else gets to meditate on the mantra as the person is chanting. And then after that, people can join in and chant along as well. Or you can just listen. You don't need to chant if you're not comfortable with that yet, but we'll be having more kirtan throughout the evening as well, so if you'd like to try and join in, the mantras themselves should be put up on the screen behind me. The first mantra I'll be doing now is Hari Bol Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. And then we'll go into the Maha Mantra as well, which Madhula also did some before. The Maha Mantra, also known as the Hare Krishna Mantra. So the idea is just to join in or to listen, however you feel comfortable. Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Please chant.
Hari Bol Nitai Hari Bol Nitai
Thank you very, very much for that beautiful chanting. It's really raising the roof. So it will be my great pleasure to invite Acharidas. I'll just say a few words, if I may, first. Acharidas is a dear friend and a mentor to myself and also to many others. Acharidas is a disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and also Srila Siddha Srupananda Paramahamsa, and he's coming in the disciplic line of the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. So please welcome Acharidas.
Flower attack. Probably. Namaste, everyone. So before speaking, I will offer my respects in auspicious invocations to my spiritual teachers, to our lineage, and to the Supreme Soul. Om Agnatimrandasya Agnajana Salakaya Chakshuru Militan Hina Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Galadhara Sri Vasani Gaur Bhaktarinda Hey Krishna Kauruna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Haribol. Pretty serious topic, or what? Everybody dies, but not everybody lives. How to stop existing and start truly living. I think I'm just gonna So because it's such a heavy and serious topic, and some people may find some of the things that we raise a little disturbing, I hope not, but I ask your permission to be very honest and very direct with you all. I'm going to approach the subject from a purely transcendental perspective. So because this will be a real spiritual perspective, but you may find that it's not a take it all or leave it all kind of proposition. There may be parts of it that you are more moved by, and so you can apply what it is that we're sharing in different iterations in your life, as much or as little of it as you wish. So the first statement, everybody dies. The only possible outcome of what people call their life, and I'll shift the language there, instead of people, the only possible outcome to what you call your life is death. Doesn't go anywhere else. There is no other possible outcome. And it's rather sad that people are not more aware or thoughtful of that reality. Because if that was more present in our life, you would behave differently in your dealings with one another, the way in which you look at the world, the way in which you look at yourself and your own choices in life. It would actually become significantly different. And your life, you would become a better person by being more mindful of that reality. So it's kind of like, this is the overarching reality. They used to have a saying, all roads lead to Rome. It's absolutely not true. All roads lead to the cemetery. The way in which people experience this reality. Well, when I talk about not being very cognizant, I did the same talk up in Brisbane. We could have just played a video. And I was talking about, asked people, have you ever been in a plane that's hit some severe turbulence? The kind where people fly out of their seat if they didn't have a seatbelt kind of turbulence. Or even if it's not that bad. I've been in a couple of those. But when you hit some really, really heavy turbulence and you look around the plane and you see everybody's face just like in shock. And it's like the blood is draining out of their face. And everybody's like really tense and they're gripping the armrest. It's a white knuckle moment. And, intense vibration. And it's a little, well, here's one perspective. It's probably not rougher than driving on going off-road or driving on a gravel road with a few potholes in it. But the terror everybody feels is they are suddenly made aware of their mortality. And it's like, I'm not ready for this. I don't want this. I don't know what to do. Somebody please help. It's not the roughness of the ride that's doing it. It's the most intense feeling of incredible insecurity. You have nowhere to hide. You have no shelter. If this is going down, it's just going to be like, now what? And of course it shows us how unprepared we are for this eventuality. So when I speak of it, it's kind of like, I've had a really interesting life. I probably don't sound like it. I grew up in New Zealand, and I became interested in yoga and meditation when I was quite young. And I ended up traveling to India when I was 19 to live as a monk. And being a guy from, I grew up in a town with 3,500 people. And there's just dairy farms all around, so there's all these cows just cruising around and all this lush grass everywhere. And suddenly I find myself in this environment. I'd never encountered severe illness or, heavy tragedy or anything. It had been pretty cruisy. And the Bangladesh war just started. And so like 10 million refugees crossed the border. And I was already living an austere life as a monk. We're talking about real basic stuff here. I've got one set of clothing, one thin cotton towel, and one blanket, and one lota for carrying water. That was the entirety. Of course, my beads for meditation. But I was stunned by the way in which people were being forced to live, coming across as refugees, and they would inhabit all of the railway stations because the railway stations, had covering overhead. But everybody turns the railway lines into the bathroom, and everybody is like starving. And I would see people dying every day. This is not an exaggeration. You go to catch the train in the morning, if I went into Calcutta and then went back out to this ashram where I was staying, and you go at 4:30 in the morning, you're walking to the train station, and you have to be careful. You might trip over a body in the street. And they had a municipal worker who comes along with a little clay cup with oil and a little wick, and he lights it and leaves it there, because in a short while there will be a dump truck coming down the street. And when they see the light, they know there's another body. And they pull up beside it, and the guys jump out and grab the arms and legs after opening the back, and there's a pile of bodies, and they just swing it up into the back. And for a rather innocent guy from a really idyllic sort of childhood, at least everything being simple, it was stunning. Some of the things I've witnessed, of course, I wouldn't raise them here. People will freak out. But it was a very early taste of the realities that are often hid from people. But just in the normal course of life, people are constantly, it doesn't mean every day, but somewhat frequently encountering death. And particularly as your body ages. I can remember jokes about my grandfather and old people like that who would get the paper in the morning, and the first thing they want to look at is the obituaries. See how many of their friends have died, you know. But if you have a pet, a child has a pet, then you're faced with the reality that that pet may become ill and will definitely at some point die. And that can be really traumatizing for a young person, even an adult. I mentioned in Brisbane, my mother, she had a pet budgie and a cat. Good combi, right? The budgie had clipped wings, and, you know, she liked sitting after doing her morning stuff. You know, she'd be sitting in the sun and on the veranda and get the budgie out and let it on her finger, and she's singing to it and kissing it and everything. And the cat was hanging around, and she'd let it walk on the floor near the cat. And the cat, you know, knew she was watching, so it's just kind of like sitting there. But you'd see the end of the tail twitching, you know. And it's like the cat has a propensity it has no override for. It has a nature that can't be trained out of it. And so one day when my mother wasn't looking, budgie ends up in cat's mouth. And my mother sees it, and she just bursts into tears. And I was a young kid, and I was watching her, and she was just sobbing and sobbing, you know. She'd lost her playmate, her pet. We also, you know, will recollect in our life the death of a loved one. Parents, siblings, cousins, friends, uncles, and then feeling obligated and perhaps even wanting to attend a funeral. And you are confronted with just the finality of death. The finality of it. It's just like, it's amazing. It's extraordinary. Of course, you know, you look at any kind of news feed now, and you've got these horrific wars going on. And if you take the time to observe what's going on, and you see the great tragedy of innocent people, children, women, men who are not in combat, you know, just dying, and the grief that it causes. But our tendency will be to look away, to change the channel, to go somewhere else, because it's a disturbance. Another reality is, you know, old age, very old age. We live in a time when people conveniently separate themselves from old age and death. Now, I've grown up, most of my life I've lived in way less developed countries, third world countries, and nobody would kick their parents out of their house into a care facility. They feel an obligation that my parents raised me, they sacrificed for me, I should take care of them. And because of that, it means the kids, their children, the grandchildren of the old people get to see this. And they get to see the aging process. And quite often people will die in the house. They will leave in the house. I recommend to everyone in your life, every opportunity you have to be present at a birth, you should take it and every opportunity to be present at a death and to assist somebody in that transition, you should take it. It will enrich your life. It will make you more serious about life and the ideas of the question, what is this all for? And what is this all about? So the reality is, death is our ever-present companion. In the ancient Vedic teachings, they actually referred to the planet upon which we live as Martya Loka, means the planet of death. Because that's the whole deal. That's where it all goes. This is where it all ends up. So, moving on from death. But everyone dies, but not everyone truly lives. This part of the title really invites you to reflect on life, on your life, and the idea of what purpose does it serve? What is my life for? And sadly, this is something that people are encouraged and taught not to think about. The way everything operates. I mean, we live in an extraordinary time that's unparalleled in human history. And I'm not talking about the skyscrapers and stuff. I'm talking about how practically the entire population of the world, human beings, have lost the plot. We don't think that we're going to die. And we've become so shallow. Many people don't even have a clear idea of, what is the purpose of my life? What should be directing my choices, the actions that I take? What should be directing my speech? It's become so whimsical that everybody's just like looking for a blast and doing what they have to do in between until they have the next opportunity, the next weekend. It's kind of like, thank God it's Friday. That's not an amazingly wonderful saying. That to me is really tragic. That you're just going to work your butt off all week just so that you can party on the weekend. What a what a waste of energy and time and resources. What a waste of headspace. There's nothing noble there. There's nothing enriching. There's nothing that makes me a better person, makes my life better. We have to consider when we're thinking about purpose, what is it that has my attention? What is it that grabs me? And one way to think about that is, what is it that makes me cry, or makes me sad, or makes me upset or angry? What are those things? Those things are the big deals in my life. and they may not even be very significant. We get upset by stupid things. When I was still young, my cousins had gone to Fiji, and coming back, they brought some presents for all the, family members. And me and my brother got, a belt with all this beadwork on it, Fiji, and then palm trees, and Fiji, and then palm trees. And it was just, and I'm kind of like looking at it, going like, shit. I would never wear this. This is ridiculous. I'd be embarrassed to be walking around and see my friends or the girls or whatever seeing me with this ridiculous belt. So I just put it in my drawer, and it's like no big deal, right? I don't care what happens to it. Then this was the very beginning of the hippie era. I don't know. Do the young guys know what hippies are anymore? It was in full blast. And I came home one day, and my brother had asked me the day before, "Do you want your belt?" And I said, "No." And so then that was it. And he had picked off all of the beads, and now he had all these strings of beads around his neck. And I saw him, and I just exploded. "No, you got to give me some." And it was like I was so bummed because it looked so cool. And I wanted some of that cool, man. This was like raging, And it was like, I got so upset, for like a couple of days. I'm just like, I'm ready to kill him. And it's just like, what's going on? What's your priorities? Why is this so important? Why does this so affect you so much? And one of the things that we don't do in life is to question the things that happen to us, really question our experiences, question our interactions with others, to go away and go, could I have handled that better? The way I interacted with this person, did it make my life better and their life better? I don't even think about that. It's just whatever's in my mind, I'm just going with it. In terms of a positive attraction or a revulsion or an anger or whatever it is. I'm just lost in these emotions. And this is kind of like my life. I'm just pulled from one thing to another, the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. And it's epitomized by the scrolling feature on your phone. The next thing. It's just like, what? That's your life? You can spend 45 minutes, an hour doing that? That's pitiful. That's pitiful. What has happened to us as a society? What has actually happened? We have no conception on a moment-to-moment basis. We have no idea how deeply we are conditioned and controlled. I'll read you something. This is in about 1923. Sound like a long time ago? 1923. A really big banker from Lehman Brothers, a director. He wrote something in a New York newspaper. And it was an idea that was beginning to be passed around in the circles of the big industrialists and the bankers. And he wrote, "We must shift America from a needs to a desires culture. People must be trained to desire, to want new things, even before the old had been entirely consumed. We must shape a new mentality in America. Man's desires must overshadow his needs." So the little seed there that I'm laying is what we're experiencing is not just suddenly come into being. There has been more than 100-year experiment of mass manipulation, beginning with approaches that were designed by Sigmund Freud and how to control the masses. Sigmund Freud belonged in a time where he himself also thought masses are potentially always dangerous and they need to be controlled. Most people don't know that. And so they were freaked out by the Bolshevik Revolution and what happened in Russia. And so he was really quite, somewhat focused on how to control populations, keep them under control. And his nephew, Eddie Bernays, took all of his research on that and introduced it into what was called advertising. That's where it all came from. He engaged in what was described, the term that they used for it was propaganda. The manipulation of the masses through messaging. It was openly described as propaganda. But during World War I, the Germans did such an amazing job in affecting people's state of consciousness through propaganda, that propaganda developed it became a bad word. So Eddie Bernays thought, we need another word so it will be more acceptable. The term that he came up with was public relations. Far out or what? Okay, moving on. Computer age, where all through the development of advertising, people studied how to push your buttons and make you do something that you would not do if you were not influenced. You wouldn't just automatically buy a product. They had to get messaging going and imagery and connect it to dopamine rushes and all kinds of things so that you would respond. And that's why advertising agencies used to be that a client would come and they go, well, I need to increase my market share. So you're not individuals, you're not people, you're just market share. I need to increase market share. So what do I need to do that? And they will sit down and look at your stuff and your product and everything and ask you what's your target market. And then they will give you a budget. If you spend this amount of money, we will guarantee you a 15% increase in market share. How can you do that if the messaging doesn't work? if it doesn't control you. And of course, it does. So fast forward. In recent times, there was a gentleman, Tristan Harris. I don't know if you're familiar with his name. He's done some documentaries and stuff. He was hired as a design ethicist for Google. And he complained about a lot of the products, how they weren't very ethical. They were highly manipulative. And Google, of course, didn't really listen to him. They just wanted to hire somebody and have a title so the company looks good. So he left. And he ended up before US Congress, giving a testimony. And one of the things he stated in addressing the business model of big tech or social media companies, it is to, and this is his words, create a society that is addicted, outraged, polarized, performative, performative, acting for the camera, performative, and disinformed. And he stated that's just the fundamentals of how it works. The average person has no idea when they pick up this device what's going on. They think, I'm just doing stuff. You don't see that at the back of this, there is a massive array of computing power that's tracking everything that you do. Even when you put in a Google search, and then you erase one of the words and replace it, even that is captured and stored against your profile. They know more about you than you think they do, and they know how to manipulate. Another guy, a former director of Facebook, Tim Kendall, he said, they have literally rewired our brains so that we are detached from reality and immersed in tribalism. So these apps, they're not designed to entertain or to offer anything. They are designed to exploit you. It's not just trying to sell an app. No, they want your data. They want to know everything about you. And there's no secrets. All of your nasty little secrets, if it's on your phone, it's out there. Somebody's got it. Sound like fun? Okay, just getting warmed up here. There was a very brilliant documentarian, Adam Curtis, and one of the documentaries that he did was really mind-blowing. It was called The Century of the Self. And it was a 4-part series. And it explored, he said it was the story of the rise of an idea that has come to dominate our society. It is the belief that the satisfaction of individual feelings and desires is our highest priority. Selfishness. It's all about me and the rush I'm wanting, the excitement, the experience. It's all about me. And previously, in thousands of years of human history, human beings didn't operate that way. People were very concerned about immediate family, larger family, a tribe or a village. There was really a pretty deep social sort of identity, and people had to help each other, because if you didn't, you perish. And so people cooperated and functioned in a way that's completely different now. Everybody's just like isolated. We call it social media. It's actually anti-social. It's teaching people not good manners and how to be kind and relate. It's teaching you how to be a bit of a, can I say it, asshole? Is that all right? People say and do things on social media they would never do to somebody's face. And it's like, what's going on? What's this all about? And for me, from a spiritual perspective, the most tragic thing about all this change that has happened is this pervasive self-centeredness. I see everything in relation to me, my parents, my children, my husband, my wife, my friends. I like this, I don't like this. The lens through which I see everything is me at the center. And this is a great tragedy, as we will get to shortly. A renowned clinical psychologist, he said one of the words that sort of clumps together with negative emotions, you'll find it in the mix, is self-consciousness. Self-consciousness here doesn't mean just self-awareness, but the obsession with self. People spend so much time in front of mirrors and so-called selfies. And that's, you know how bizarre that is? Like I was saying, before the phone, 15 years ago, if you were down at the beach and someone handed you a camera and said, "Could you take my picture?" You'd think, "Yeah, sure." You know, and you'd take a picture. That's it. "Oh, could you take another one, please? One more. Okay, thank you. You know, "Oh, could you take one for me, please? You know, I want to hear. You know, could you take one, please?" If you were watching that, you would be going like, "Whoa, this person has serious problems." Right or not? You would think there was something really wrong. There's some serious deficits in this person's life. They are screwed up. But if I'm holding the phone myself, and then searching through 30 or 40 different pictures to figure out which one I'm going to post, this is called narcissism. It is a sick obsession with a false concept of self. And now it's become normal. This is just like normal. And you cannot imagine the effect that it has on you spiritually. So this renowned psychologist, his statement, one of the words that clumps together with negative emotions is self-consciousness, which means that self-consciousness is so tightly associated with suffering that they are conceptually indistinguishable, which means literally the more you think about yourself, the more miserable you are. And there's all the statistics to prove it. This is a reality. But yet this is the business model of all these dudes that have us all in their grip. And then we were wondering why there's an epidemic of unhappiness. Why the rate of especially young people, of mental health issues, serious mental health issues, and suicidation and suicide is just like rocketed in the last 5 years. And there's a reason for it. It's because of the way we are choosing to live and the type of values that we are adopting unthinkingly We just do it, going along with the crowd. And in all of this, just looking for the next rush is not living. I state that very boldly. And we're captivated by messaging. I mean, one of the ones that's been around for a long time now, highly successful merchandising. The slogan, just do it. We don't even think that's weird. But actually what you've been asked to do is not to have any impulse control whatsoever. Don't question if it's the right thing to do or not. If you just want to do it, just do it. That's animal life. Animal life is a life of acting on impulse. Human life is meant to be a life of responsibility, of dignity, of considering what I should do and what I should not do. But we fall into these traps when we don't have any clear, overriding purpose that is actually of great value. Scrolling on to the next TikTok video or YouTube short is not living. It's actually dying. It's like everybody has become hypnotized by the promise that this will do it for you. You know, the most fundamental thing about all forms of advertising, there is the recognition that every single person in their heart are empty. Every single person is feeling emptiness in their heart. And they're looking for ways to fill up that empty hole, or at least not to be aware of it. And so what advertising is, I will offer a product or a service or an experience or a relationship with the promise, this is what you're looking for, this will fill you up, this will be the thing to make you happy. That's all it is. But it's done in a highly manipulative way that causes us to react and to respond. Okay, how long did that take? I don't have a clock here. I'm dangerous. He wasn't joking when we were talking about 3 or 4 hours. But what if I was to tell you that you actually don't die, that you actually can't die? It's not even a possibility that you die. It's kind of like, what have I been smoking? And what if I told you that you actually do have a purpose? But you have, a purpose that is actually completely fulfilling. Completely fulfilling. But you have become utterly disconnected from that purpose. So I think most people can sort of see where this is all going. If those two things that I just told you are true, it would mean that the value system, your drivers in your life, the algorithm or the paradigm that is controlling you is false. It's either that's false or what I told you is false. And you have to choose which one. The paradigm that has been pushed on everyone, and everybody has been embracing this practically since time immemorial. The first one is the false idea that this body that you have is you. Whatever labels are on this body, young, old, tall, short, female, male, thin, fat, whatever, all those labels that are attached to your body are actually, in fact, not you, but we completely embrace them as being, this is us, this is my identity. The other thing that's rather sad is what people call life. They define life as the time in between birth of the body and death of the body. That's my life. And that's not true. Is this too far out already, or what? We're okay? I know you guys are okay. You like this stuff. I'm thinking about the other people. So let me share an ancient perspective. The ancient perspective is this: you are not the gross physical body. You are an eternal spiritual being, temporarily residing within that body. I got to share this one. I can remember, like when I was a young hooligan and crazy hippie, you know, and everybody's, all the hormones are raging and everybody's discovering what, you know, sex is all about and everything, and everybody's trying to get girlfriends and boyfriends and looking for love. And I was in a car with a friend of mine and a girl, and they were arguing about stuff. And I'm kind of like, you know, rolling my eyes. And then the girl says, "You don't really love me. You don't care about me. You're only interested in my body." And I heard that, and it was like, whoa. But I didn't think very much about it. But it was like, actually, this is a little view into a transcendental reality. But people are so lost. On one hand, you know, she's trying to look pretty and she's trying to do all this stuff to attract the guy. And then when he's all over her, she kind of sometimes likes it and sometimes doesn't. And then she's feeling, you're just trying to exploit my body for sexual satisfaction, but you don't really care and love about me. So who are you? If you're not the body, who are you? Who are you? And of course, that would be like, no idea. Absolutely no idea. But this truth, that you are an eternal spiritual being having a temporary material experience, is complete reality that we are so disconnected from. And this is the foundation of all unhappiness, all suffering. You never die. Your body dies. When your body is no longer habitable, it's too old or too diseased or just can't function anymore, you are forced to leave. And the instant you leave, if you have ever been with someone or held someone at that moment that they are leaving, you are instantly aware there's no one home. And this body that I could find some attraction to and affection for now becomes instantly like, whoop, you know. You certainly don't want to bring it home and put it in bed and sleep alongside it, even if it was someone you love. Excuse me for, being so gross, but really, we need to wake up. If we want our life to be wonderful, we need to wake up. You never die. You can't die. You are eternal. You just move on. And that thing that you were wearing around and identifying with, it falls over and starts rotting immediately, unless it's quite cold. Then it takes a little time. This knowledge has been practically erased from people's consciousness, primarily because of the way we live. And we just adopt all of this shallow living, just running after the next rush, the next hit, the next big thing, whatever. In the Bhagavad Gita, there is one verse I will read that explains it very clearly. O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. This is something that the yogis were intimately aware of. You have consciousness that pervades the body from the top of your head down to your toe. That is only lent to the body by you, the spiritual being. And when you leave, that consciousness is gone. Life is a symptom of the presence of a spiritual being. Life does not come from matter. I cannot get atoms and squash them together as the material, scientists are hoping to prove, and they'll never be able to do it. Life is not the combination of atoms and molecular particles and stuff. It is a unique characteristic of the spiritual being. It is a unique characteristic. When you occupy the body, when you are embodied and you've lost the plot, even the mind is understood to be not actually you. It is something that covers you, which is amazing. I used to do a lot of work in prisons and trying to teach people about impulse control and the idea that you don't have to follow your mind. Just because your mind has gone into a rage, you don't have to follow it. You don't have to act on it. You can step back and take a few deep breaths and maybe chant some mantras or go for a walk and think about, how should I respond? What's going to make my life better? Rather than just impulsively responding and reacting and making your life worse all the time by doing that. This all comes from the ignorance of not being aware that I am an eternal spiritual being. This body is not my home. This world is not my home. I am spending all of my effort and all of my energy trying to build a permanent home in an impermanent world. How dumb is that? My God, I'm really stupid. I'm really going for it, looking for the perfection, happily ever after. This is tragic. Just generally speaking, the idea of, going to school, getting an education, finding a career, finding someone to love, developing a significant relationship, building a family, all on the hope that it's going to last forever. And the idea that at the moment of death, all of that is swept away is pretty shocking. I hope I'm not freaking anybody out. Or maybe it'd be good to be freaking somebody out. What I'm trying to do is to encourage you. If you truly want to live, if you want to find a life that is truly purposeful and meaningful, then there needs to be a big shift away from ignorance. All of the Dharmic traditions, they got a basic formula. Ignorance equals pain and suffering. The degree to which you are unhappy, that you are feeling pain and experiencing suffering in your life, to that same degree you are going to be ignorant of things. You are going to be embracing untruth as truth. To think that I can make a perfect home in this world. No, you can't. We can do it for a little while, but then we're going to have to move on. It's false to think we can make a perfect home for ourselves here. We can make something comfortable to live in. We can make a nice environment to raise a family and to have friendship with others and to do things that are actually important and significant. But the idea of trying to find a permanent home here is a false idea. We desire happiness. Do you know why we want happiness? Because it actually comes from the soul itself. The eternal spiritual condition of the living being is to exist in a state of limitless happiness. And we find ourselves encased in this body. That urge is there, so we're always looking. Nobody's happy about being on a bummer, right? I mean, is there anything wrong with being depressed? It goes against the grain. We want happiness, and that's a spiritual desire. But if we seek to fulfill a spiritual desire in the temporary realm of matter, we will not find the perfect happiness we seek. We will find temporary and limited happiness that doesn't actually fulfill us completely. We also desire love. And the reason we desire love is because, nice little secret here, the nature of the spiritual being is that we are meant to be immersed in a great ocean of transcendental or spiritual love. That is why the urge is there. And we're looking for this person, we try this person, marriage. We're so desperate. We don't even check the other person out carefully. If it looks like a little bit, oh yeah, I could check a couple of boxes there, okay. And then if I see any sort of like signs that, something could be weird here, nah, it's okay. We'll fix that later. Let's just do the deal first. Let's move in, then we'll fix the other person. And then, people approach me sometimes, marriage counseling, and it's just like, the most stupid thing I ever hear was, if I knew you were like that, I wouldn't have married you. And it's like, how dumb are you? How come you didn't know that? Isn't that your job? Like when you go out to buy a car, just because the guy tells you there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, and it's only $500. And you believe the guy? At least, if you don't know how to check out a car, you bring a friend or something, or you see if there's a guarantee, right? That if it craps out, they're actually going to fix it or take it back or replace it. But when it comes to relationships, all of a sudden we just go stupid. If I find the person, they seem to be attractive, then just because I think it's desirable, just because I'm attracted to it, that doesn't mean that it's going to work out okay. You've got to consider what that other person is actually like and how they're going to react to situations, how they deal with stress, how they deal with conflict, you should know all this stuff, but you don't. Because we're locked in these false ideas. The body as being the self, for instance, that I must surrender and follow my mind. I'm not seeing a higher, I am not understanding that these impulses are coming from me, the spiritual being. They arise from the soul itself, and they can only be perfectly fulfilled on a spiritual plane, or with spiritual activity, with spiritual relationships. How we doing? Is this what you expected? Not really. Or what? Is it okay? If we become lost in that which is temporary, which is what everybody's doing, then our life in reality is unbalanced. We're not anti-body. No, the body is something special. It should actually be something considered almost like sacred. It houses an eternal spiritual being, and it also houses a form of a transcendent Lord, in the yogis refer to it as Paramatma, or the Supreme Soul, who is our eternal companion, traveling with us in our sojourn, but whom we ignore. What I need is to get a healthy spiritual perspective. I need to become spiritually motivated. I need to spiritualize my life. The cultivation of what we call yoga wisdom, spiritual truth, and to reflect on that from time to time, and to begin to incrementally, shift course, to move away from a flight path that can only end with crash and burn. Is that too savage, or is that okay? That's where it all goes, crash and burn. I mean, it's really good to actually volunteer, sometimes, even once, go to an old age home and sit with people and take care of them for a couple of hours. You will become heartbroken. This is where it all goes? This is what it was all for? And they have nothing to look forward to. And they're just living in the past. Oh, this was the time when I went out with Johnny. And we went up to Brisbane. It was really, well, people, we have this tendency to try and, we have some experience that was like a momentary flash of, ooh, that was cool. Then I want to keep revisiting it, remembering it, meditating upon it, wanting to experience it again. Remembering it doesn't mean you experience it again. You don't. You experience the memory of it, but the real experience you don't. But then there's this vain hope, if I just keep thinking about it and keep remembering, maybe I'll experience it again or something. And from the point of view of a transcendentalist, the great saints, they are devastated. They are utterly heartbroken to see the tragedy of material life when there is no spiritual life, because it's entirely unnecessary. We're just kind of like dabbling with a few fundamentals. There is a lot more attached to this that can be so helpful to you in your life. One of the opportunities that you have in coming along to this center here and mixing with the lovely people that run it, they're offering you more than an opportunity to just relax and unwind and to feel a little bit more at peace. They are actually offering you the opportunity to cultivate a vision of eternity, to transform your life through very simple practices that are utterly transformative. And of course, the greatest well, I'll put that aside for a second. Because you are an eternal spiritual being, you have a divine or holy or spiritual purpose. That first purpose is to rediscover who you actually are, to go beyond the false and shallow labels and the exterior. I mean, my God, how painful is that? Identifying with the body and then hoping that you are lovable, that you are likable, that you're acceptable, all because of your body. And then being in such stress as the body begins to age, or you get a big zit on your cheek, or all the stuff that happens. If you are going to tie your quest to be lovable, to be acceptable, to be likable, to how your body looks, you are in for a rough ride. I promise you, it's a rough ride. So one of the things, when we talk about a vision of eternity, when we cultivate an appreciation of the fact that we are a spiritual being, a spiritual person, temporarily residing within this body, the spiritual being is perfect. The spiritual being is supremely lovable. There is no deficiency in the spiritual being. There's heaps of deficiencies in the body, for sure, heaps. But if you cultivate this understanding, you will also become awakened to the reality that you have an eternal connection with your source, with where you have come from. You have an eternal connection that we have turned our back upon. I referenced the expansion of the Lord or God or the Supreme Soul that sits within the heart of all living beings. The majority of yogis in ancient times meditated with the aspiration of becoming so purified that they would be gifted with the vision of this most transcendental, unimaginably attractive personality that sits within my own heart, is closer to me than my own breath. But I've become distant. But there is an eternal relationship. That is why we seek love and why we seek relationships, because we feel that deficit. We even go interspecies. People are just totally into dogs and cats and birds, and it's like, because we feel such a love deficit. We want to love and we want to be loved. That is a spiritual desire. Your purpose in life is to cultivate a growing appreciation and awareness, and to come to experience the reality of your actual spiritual identity. To understand where you fit in this world with all others, and if there is some supreme other, some greater other, what is my connection there? This is what purpose is. And to reconnect and recultivate that relationship of an ocean of limitless love, ecstatic love. That's what's been offered. And that's what it means to live. And when I begin to work on cultivating this, then my awareness is such that it's like, okay, well, I've got this body, I've got existing relationships, I am in a society, what should I be doing? And it is a process, the yoga process. Yoga means union. It is a way of finding how to dovetail everything in my spiritual journey. The way in which I would see my partner in life, a husband, a wife, whatever. Instead of looking at them as an object to exploit for my happiness, that I demand that they give me love, that they make me happy, or we try to put ourselves in the center of things. My God, that's a formula for massive unhappiness. I'm sorry. That's the way it goes. But if I have someone something of transcendental significance at the center of my life, then I look upon my wife or my husband as being a fellow pilgrim, and we are on a journey of extraordinary discovery. And out of great compassion and care, I will help the other person if they stumble. I will give words of encouragement. We will celebrate spiritual experience together. If there are children, my greatest responsibility to my children is to provide them with a pathway and the knowledge for spiritual liberation. Everything else is insignificant. Everything else, as soon as you die, boom, it's gone. We live this life, we, find a partner, we have a family, we try to acquire assets, and it's like this roller coaster. We're angry, we're sad, we're happy, we're feeling love, we're angry again, and then the kids are going wild, and we're heartbroken watching them go out and experiment and do dumb shit. It's like, and we're kind of like, and then all of a sudden, you run out of track. You know the saying, run out of track? It's like a train on a train track, and suddenly there's no more track. What happens? The train crashes. It all comes undone. It's death. The instant that you die, I'm sorry, it's gone. It's gone. You're moving on. And you're just going to do it all over again. Really? Yeah, really. Anyway, we won't go into that too deeply. We are eternal spiritual beings. We have an intrinsic right to be experiencing limitless happiness and divine spiritual love. That is like our inheritance. It is like, I can't say birthright because that's the birth's related to the body, but you get the idea. And so the big picture in meditation and yoga is the cultivation of spiritual understanding and being guided to live a more spiritually directed life where you actually become extraordinarily happy. And everything falls into place. I'm going to stop now. Anybody want to throw anything? What we'll do now is just for a few minutes, we'll chant a little. And then after the chant, if you have questions, I will try my best to answer them for you. Sound okay? So this, this spiritual knowledge, it's not just like ideas in your head. It's about lifting the veil, dissipating the fog, coming to the point where you can actually see with clarity. When you look upon another person, you don't just see the body. You see that there is an eternal spiritual being residing within. And they are my brother or sister. I should not treat them harshly ever. It would be to my shame, since sitting within their heart is also this feature of the Supreme Soul. And it would be shockingly disgusting for me to be just abusive or seek to exploit just on the basis of the external garment, which is what everybody's doing. The thing that will change how you see things, and the single thing that will make it so that you can actually begin to take on board these transcendental truths, is this process of chanting. These are transcendental, spiritual sounds that descend from a spiritual plane. And just as in the cold morning you can go out and sit on the steps or on the veranda in the sun and soak up its warmth, similarly, when we engage in this practice, we should open our heart and realize that we are literally in the presence of the Lord. That was an old song from, what was that group? Okay, don't worry. Have enough. I have finally found a way to live in the presence of the Lord. Eric Clapton and them, was it? So, if you can now, just for a few moments, do I have a, no I don't. Do I have a capo here anywhere? Capo, number 2. These guys are all high tech. I'm on the old school, the big clunky ones. Thank you very much. When we engage in this process, you simply, it's just like, on a really balmy day and you may be feeling all kind of like hot and sweaty. You walk out into the ocean. And as you walk into the ocean, just letting your fingers glide through the water. And it feels so good. And then you get out deep enough and then you just fall over. And you're just lying there in the balmy waters, feeling enlivened and refreshed. This is how we should meditate when chanting spiritual sound. We just let it all go. Let all the defenses down, it's all going to be there later. For now, just immerse ourselves in the ocean of spiritual sound.
Krishna, Krishna.
Okay. If you did that once a day, your life would be pretty awesome. So we're open for questions, and we have a mic. Don't be shy. It's all good. Anything that's making it a little difficult to move forward.
What is the purpose of your life?
What is the purpose of my life? The purpose of my life is to come to perfectly love God, and in that love, to love all of His children. That's my purpose. You got to figure out your one. It's such a bummer that we've been through a few decades of all kinds of crappy stuff, and people have become very opinionated, although you probably think I'm really opinionated. The only thing is, none of this is my opinion. And people don't like talking about higher spiritual reality or truth or God. And it's partly because what people have been told in many cases is seriously deficient and sometimes gravely incorrect. There is an extraordinary transcendental reality. You feel it in your own heart. You know this to be true. You must come to discover it and reconnect. Okay? Thank you. Not two? Just one? Anybody else? We're going to end up sitting here looking at each other. I have the better view.
You said at the start, used the plane example and talked about how we become aware of
our mortality.
Yeah. And then you talked about how that's ultimately not actually a thing. What is the relevance of becoming aware of mortality?
It is a reminder. It is a reminder of the temporary nature of this world and my body. But when I come to cultivate an appreciation of my spiritual identity and who I am as a spiritual being within the body, you can come to the point of being utterly fearless. You don't get disturbed. You may have physiological reactions. That's part of the way the body is designed and the mind is constructed, that you will have certain types of reactions physiologically, but you can be in the most horrible situation and be utterly at peace, not feel fear, to feel constantly the warm embrace of my beloved, the transcendent Lord. So in those kind of situations, we become aware, people become aware. But one of the points I was associating with that, then people forget about it. They let it go. And they go back to their life, which can become mean and miserable. We don't, if we were constantly aware of the mortality of the body, my eternal being, and the fact that the time I'm in this body is very limited and temporary, it's passing, and that I need to be doing something significant with my life. And when I live that way, I will have a wonderful effect on those I come into contact with. The way I will deal with them, the way I will see the world, the way I see others will all change. Far out or what? Yeah. This is the ultimate. It doesn't get more awesome. And like I say, we're just dealing with the fundamentals. We had a lady in the back. There, yeah.
Hi, I've got lots and lots of questions, but I only ask to
Okay.
give other people a
Let's
turn.
give it a blast,
First
see how we
thing-
go.
How would I find a birth to be present at?
How will you find?
A birth to be present at. I've been present at
Oh, okay.
plenty of deaths.
I don't know. I can't answer that one for you. I delivered 3 of my own kids and a couple of my friends' kids. That made it easy, and showing up at people's houses at the right time and stumbling upon, oh, whoa. People that are into home births. And the hospitals, they won't let you near it, but...
When you were talking about our purpose or how to find it, you said something about what makes us cry, upset, sad, angry.
Yeah.
But I sort of lost track of how those would help us indicate our purpose.
Okay, this would be a little bit of an indirect route. My point and please excuse me if I sometimes fail and to explain things nicely, my shortcomings. In talking about what are the things that upset you, basically, that should point you in a direction where you understand currently what is really important to you. And you may find that which is really important to you now, in the big picture, is actually not really important. It may be somewhere where we're taking shelter, where we're hiding, so we don't have to face the bigger realities. But to be aware of what those things are kind of can help us understand what is our current purpose. And when we understand what is our current purpose in life, we have to evaluate, was this the best choice? Is this the highest purpose I can take on board? Is this the best direction I can direct my life towards? Is that okay? If nobody else is putting their hand up, have you got some more? Just grab that guy with the mic. Oh, we got another hand up.
Thank you for your talk. In a world of 7 or 8 billion people, that's embodied, or we're in bodies, how do we find a place where more people might desire more spiritual sense of purpose?
Well, showing up tonight is a really good way to get going. We will find our place when we do two things. One is to cultivate what we broadly call yoga wisdom, which gives you a clearer perspective and spiritual truth that you then need to take on board and look at that in your life. And then the second thing is to engage in this process of utilizing spiritual sound, transcendental sound, as part of a daily meditation that begins to, it gets rid of all the cobwebs and blows the dust away. It purifies the heart and mind and makes it so that we can actually, when we hear spiritual knowledge, it doesn't sound, unachievable or very distant or difficult to fully grasp. We start to see the reality of things. So the development of a personal spiritual practice of meditation is like a really important part of making it so that you increasingly it'll become clearer, where you fit and how to live a life of deep meaning and purpose. Is that okay? Huh? What's that? Getting hungry. Well, get the gentleman a plate. Would you like them to serve the meal now and we can just sort of talk, or is it too distracting? Well, we can do it this way. We can just see if there's another one or two, and then we could do the meal thing. Then they're going to have a bit of a chant, and then after that, for the really keen ones, if you want to hang around, then I'll stay as long as needed. Does that sound like a deal, or what? That way everybody gets... You like this stuff?
Yeah.
This is what I live for. When I was a kid, I was going like, what the hell is this for? You just go to school and then get a job and get a girlfriend and maybe get married and have some kids, and then you just grow old and die. That's it?
After the last breath, do we turn blue?
Huh?
After our last breath, do we turn blue?
After our last breath, do we turn blue? Is that what the question was?
Yes, like the symbols behind you.
No, we don't. We don't turn blue. The body goes a horrible grey colour, but you move on. You have a spiritual identity. You have a spiritual form. The body is not a person. This is an extraordinary discovery. When you leave, that's not a person. That's just a hunk of flesh and bones and blood and mucus and bile. It's not at all attractive when the person leaves. And if you examine it, you know that it's not a person. In your heart, you experience that reality. It's not a person, which tells you that whatever has left, it's not just an energy, although it is a form of spiritual energy, but it is also personal. When the living being resides within the body, it lends personhood to the body. So we're just, as I said, kind of scratching the surface, the discovery of my actual identity means to answer three questions. Self-realization means I must come to realize and know my essence. Fundamentally, what am I made of? To put it very simply, what is my essence? What is my position? Meaning, where do I fit in the big picture amongst all the other living beings? And if there is one that is superior to the others or greater than the others, where do I fit in relation to that? Where do I fit in relation to the world? So I have to answer the question, what is my position? And the third is, what is my natural function? So if I took a spiritual being and the covering is removed, the body and the mind and all the false identities, in the pure state, what is the natural expression? What is the natural activity of the spiritual being? This is what this discovery is, of self-realization. I should come to realize all of those things, to have the highest experience of self-realization, not just one or two of them, all of them. Yes, we have another question. Oh, okay.
Please, thank you so much.
You have to talk a little bit louder.
Okay.
I'm an old guy, you know.
And I'm nervous.
My hearing is slipping.
You spoke about keeping company to people close to their death and about how they would usually reminisce about their past. If we were close to death, what would you recommend us for a good passing?
You want to answer that one? Yeah, he has had a very wonderful experience of what it is like to assist somebody through the experience of death, what's called death, which is actually a transition. It's important that we cultivate understanding. And one of the earliest and important things to share with someone who is approaching death is to tell them, don't be scared. Don't be afraid. It's okay. This is normal and natural for everyone. That you are actually not going to die. I had this experience once where I was doing business and I had a guy I was working with in Bombay, now Mumbai, and he was Muslim, and we became very close. He became a vegetarian, and I used to go to his house and have kirtan and stuff. His wife and kids loved it, and had to go somewhere to a meeting, but we're like really early, so he asked, can we go by the hospital? We went and saw his dad. Turns out his dad was dying of cancer, stage 4. His dad was utterly afraid of dying and afraid of the word cancer. He didn't want to hear it. So his wife was kind of protecting him. She was a university professor. She was a very smart lady, and she had 2 sons. And so I saw them talking to the doctor. He'd come to the room. I went out and listened. They said, there's nothing we can do. He's stage 4 cancer. We can try to make him comfortable, a little bit of pain management. You're better off bringing him home into, surroundings that he's familiar with, and try to make him as comfortable as you can. And the wife and one of this guy's brother, they said, yeah, they're not going to tell their dad what's going on. And I told my friend, you absolutely can't do that. You're treating him like an animal. Are you so stupid that you think that people don't know when they're dying? Even when people are dying and everybody's telling them, no, you'll be okay, you'll be okay. They know it's not. But then because all the relatives are doing that, so that, yeah, I'll be okay, but inside they know. And so I told him, you cannot do that to your father. That is criminal. You're treating him like an animal. You need to let him know what is the situation and make it so that if he wants to address anyone, if he wants to seek forgiveness or to offer forgiveness to others for things that have happened in life, then he needs the opportunity to do that. So they had a conversation and agreed, yeah, okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. So I asked, so who's going to be the one talking to him? Because I was going to offer to help, give them. And then they all look at each other and they go, can you do it? I was like, I just met this guy like 20 minutes ago. It's the first time I ever met him. And it's like, but they felt so helpless. They didn't know what to do. So because I care so much about this guy, my friend, I said, okay, I'll do it. So I went and sat at the bed and held his hand, and Mum and the sons were, right there. And I said, you probably noticed that the doctor had just come in. And I said, they've conducted all the tests and the prognosis is not good. Then I told him, but don't worry, you're not going to die. And the wife looked at me like, I said, there is nothing to worry about. You're not going to die. Your body is, but you're going to be okay. You'll be moving on from here. And he held my hand very tightly, and a tear came from his eyes. And I said, you need to take, because he is Muslim, I said, you need to take shelter in prayerfulness to God as you know him, Allah. You should hear suitable passages from Quran. They have 99 names of God, the Muslims. I said you should be absorbed in reciting these names and have people recite them to you. Seek forgiveness for those you have wronged and from those you've wronged, and forgive those who approach you to be forgiven. And become absorbed in just hearing these beautiful sounds, and the time will come for you to pass and you'll be okay, you will be protected. There's nothing to worry about. He thanked me very much for that. And it's just like a huge relief for the family, because people don't know how to deal with this kind of stuff, and it's really sad because it's so fundamental. Everybody's going to do it. And we don't know how to help people, because we're so screwed up. Okay? That's a little insight into how to do it. If you want more detail, talk to the guys here. They can help you. They're very well equipped. Take advantage of the resources that these people are and what they can offer. Okay? Maybe we'll do dinner now? Yeah? We don't want the hungry people to feel like they've been punished.
Thank you very much, Acharidas. So wonderful, thank you. That's what. Yeah. As the meal's coming out, just in case some people will be leaving, it all ties into what Acharya has been talking about. Next Saturday, we have a seminar called Demystifying Reincarnation. So what happens when we leave here, and do we have influence on where we go and what experience we have? So next Saturday, I'll be presenting this 4-hour seminar called Demystifying Reincarnation. You're all invited. So I want to see you all here. The following Saturday, and this is where all of this will be tied together, we are running a workshop called The Enlightened Life. So how to live all of these, to have the tools that Acharya has been speaking about in our own life. So it's not just a talk fest. We'll be going through a whole variety of different meditation practices combined with this yoga wisdom, so you can understand, in more detail, in a systematic way, and actually have these spiritual practices that you can incorporate into your own life. So next Saturday is Demystifying Reincarnation. There is going to be a vegetarian meal as part of that. I think it goes from 4 until 8 next Saturday. The following Saturday, the Enlightened Life workshop goes from 4 until 8, and there's a vegetarian meal as part of that. And just because you're all here tonight is a special deal. They are $25 each, just to help cover the cost of the meal and expenses. If you book in for both, you get it for $40 instead of $50. That's worth an applause. If you would like to register, you can do that before you leave. There's also flyers over here at the reception desk. Who's on there? Amara is on there. So this is a follow-on to all the wonderful things we've heard tonight. And as Acharya said, after the meal, stay. We'll have more Q&A and more kirtan. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jai Vrindavan Dham, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Bol. Hare Bol. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Vrindavan Dham, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Bol Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jai Vrindavan Dham, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama.
God, you sound so beautiful. Thank you so much. Why don't you guys come in nice and close, and we'll invite Acharidas back for some more Q&A. If you got the Q's, he's got the A's. Come and sit down nice and close.
Haribo. Okay, what can I do for you?
Make up a question. Acharidas.
Yeah.
May I ask if you may speak a little more around the nature and the process regarding prashadam and how vegetable food stuff that may be just normally consumed and accumulating karma. However, when it is then offered to Krishna, it is then considered karma neutral and even has benefits for us spiritually. That would be my limited understanding.
You kind of answered it. Yeah, I mean, this path, this process, people will come to learn how to integrate every aspect and all things in their life as part of their spiritual journey. So one of my spiritual teachers, he would use the example of like a rod of iron. It's heavy, it's dull, it's cold by nature. But if I insert it into fire, particularly very hot fire, it will become red hot, then become white hot. And when I lift it out, it's now emitting light. If I touch it to anything flammable, it'll burst into flames, taken on the characteristic of fire. So in a similar manner, when we live a spiritually directed life, we learn to integrate everything that we're doing. We make an offering of our life to God, seeking to be pleasing. And when we do that, that which is mundane can become spiritual. Just like this is material energy. It's mundane. There's nothing spiritual about it. But now, because I am speaking spiritual truth, it is being used in the most perfect way, and it becomes spiritualized. But so we are told in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, all that you do, including all that you eat, do it as an offering unto me. So we cannot live in this world without causing pain and suffering to others. That's going to happen. Every time you walk on the grass, you're crushing little insects. Whenever you breathe, you're inhaling microbes and your body's killing them, unless they kill you or your body. So it's kind of like, it's just part of existence. You cannot avoid it. But what we are attempting to do on a personal level is to create as little pain as possible. We have a choice to do that. But beyond that, when you take food stuff, then it's always going to involve killing, unless you buy the bread or something, which is all synthetic and but more or less, it's, killing. So when one takes that, the daily activity of preparing or gathering food, and whether it's formally, externally, before some form, for instance, of Krishna, where you make an offering and ask that he accept it, or you do it even just within your mind. You make an offering of what you're about to eat. If you are sincere, then that offering will be accepted. And once it is accepted, it actually takes on a unique spiritual quality. The spiritual quality is that we can say it is like God has touched it and it has become transformed. And so when we eat it, the act of eating something that is considered holy or sacred like this, it has the effect of purifying us in a similar way that listening to spiritual sound purifies us, so that mundane act can become a spiritual activity. Similarly, even with our work, we talked about that on the weekend. I gave some example. You can make an offering of anything and everything, but it should be things that are fundamentally not displeasing. You can't, slaughter animals and think that the offering will be is acceptable. It's not. Okay? Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. You may not have a specific question about, a detailed thing, but there might be something that you would want addressed, just in general. 10, 9.
Earlier you mentioned about looking for love, and the love that we're looking for mostly, or most of the time, is external love, we call temporary love. So what does this mean when it comes to love, where people still finding partner nowadays and have to
Yeah.
and stuff? So can you please
People mistake the physiological and mental response that they have in meeting a person that they find attractive. They equate that with love, and it actually has nothing to do with love. They've done a lot of studies. In the UK, they've done the most comprehensive ones, and they've shown that young people and teenagers should be really discouraged from developing romantic relationships, because it will have such a deep effect on them. You know, the excitement when you meet somebody that you find attractive and you want to get closer to them and know them, and there's all this, you know, headiness and heart beating fast and excitement and everything. But then after 6 months or a year, you know, maybe even after 3 months, that is no longer there. Right or wrong?
Right.
So the problem becomes with young people when they equate that physiological and mental reaction with being love. And then people, it supports the idea of falling in love and falling out of love. And so you set up these situations where people may become romantically and sexually involved, and, you know, there's this intense relationship. And then one person tires of it and looks for something else. Or both agree, but usually it's one. And then the other person feels devastated and heartbroken because they weren't perhaps looking only for that. They wanted some stable, committed relationship where there's affection and people caring for each other. And when young people have these experiences, you know, and the massive dopamine rush of, you know, so-called falling in love, and they equate that with love, then when they're not feeling that anymore, they think, now I'm not in love with this person, and I need to look somewhere else for another person to give me that feeling. But that feeling doesn't last. So then what? Then they move on to someone else. And so what they're teaching children by that is you become a serial relationship seeker. Your life is going from one partner to another to another. You have children with one partner and children with another partner, and then people come together and they're sharing children, and then they split up, and it's chaos. It's horrible. It's horrible. And it's like we don't learn. I saw a very nice definition of love that I think is highly applicable from a spiritual perspective also. Love means to seek the greatest good for the other. If you love someone, you seek their greatest good. And if they love you, they seek your greatest good. That's noble and that's wonderful. And you have to have more going on than simply sexual arousal. There has to be way more going on. So when a person begins to cultivate spiritual understanding, then the idea of what is in the greatest good of the other person that you care about really grows and expands, and you can genuinely seek to be of great help, to be very affectionate and caring for that person by helping them to grow spiritually as well. This is a big idea. You'll probably have to think about it for a while. Silence. It's okay. Sometimes people feel shy and they struggle to, they don't want to be noticed and things. And they're afraid of saying something other people might think is silly or whatever. You shouldn't feel like that in these situations. We are dealing with what is most important for everyone. And anything that is troubling you or you want to seek some question, some answer to, everybody benefits from hearing the answer. And it just increasingly makes everything a little bit more clear.
On a daily basis, we come across people who are more unaware or a bit narcissistic, more than us.
Really? The whole world is an ocean of ignorance.
How do you navigate your way?
How do you navigate your way? I find Apple Maps is probably better than Google Maps. How do you navigate your way? No, I'm joking. This is part of learning. You'll see that there are some foundational understandings that can really shape and guide your interactions with others. There's no quick and easy answer. It's a gradual process. In the beginning, a lot of people, when they discover, a spiritual path like this, they become overly enthusiastic and they want to share it with everyone. And everybody's going like, what the hell happened to you, And then you can't understand why they're so bummed. And so you're on to the next person. Oh, you know what? And you're all excited and you're going to tell them about... In that situation, we're not actually considering them. I'm more concerned about me wanting to share than whether they're ready to hear. And if they are ready to hear, how should I present things in a way that they can appreciate or understand even a little? So the big shift comes when I become more thoughtful about them than about my own excitement and wanting to share, for instance. But similarly, when you're trying to lead a more spiritually directed life, and you just run into people that are just massive dicks, And it's kind of like you've just got to deal with it the best way that you can. It's good to feel sorry for people rather than getting angry at them or letting them upset you or be disturbed. We should see that they are very much struggling. They are very empty. They are feeling alone. They're looking for happiness, to be fulfilled, just like you are, but they have no idea where to look. And they've bought into all these ideas that just doing what everybody else does, maybe somewhere I will find something of value, and it's not true. And sometimes people, you just have to be patient with them, and they may come to learn. People will appreciate your patience and being, caring for them. Welcome. You have another one, sure. Anybody don't want him to ask, or it's okay?
It's a mixed are certain members of my family who they really connect with taking pictures of members who have passed away, their parents, or really thinking that they can kind of truly communicate with them, or sometimes believing maybe there might be an animal or something in there, and they believe they're truly like giving a sign. To my understanding, from what I've learned so far, that obviously the spirit's it moves on, it's gone, and there's no way. But sometimes they seem very adamant that they are receiving something, and that there is somehow still some, even if it's just a tiny hold of communication, that they can receive something. Do you have anything to add or speak to that?
Number one, we don't want to disturb people. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that those who are of lower understanding or even false understanding, one should not disturb them. But one can, what's the single upside to that situation that you're describing?
They think they're still in contact. They think.
It's more than that. They're thinking that that person is still existing, which means they weren't their body, that they are actually a spiritual being. That's the part that you need to latch on to. Not all the time, but sometimes. And sometimes it's just about planting seeds. You know, it's great that people don't just accept that the body that was left behind was them, that they have moved on, but they're perceiving them somehow or thinking they perceive them as being around. That's not the important part. But the fact that at least you can help them to, just a few words here and there sometimes, to understand that we are all eternal spiritual beings, that the time in this body, in this family and stuff it's a short period of time. And the fact that we are eternal, we continue to exist beyond death, is actually a very wonderful thing. So that's big time. Because if people could really embrace that, it's the doorway to all spiritual understanding. So don't get put off by anything that you perceive to be weird or incorrect or whatever. You don't have to deal with that, but reinforce this and help them to make it clearer to themselves. Yeah? Yes, I might need a mic back there. Yeah, thank you very much.
You've said a few times you shouldn't feel scared. You said that to the person in the hospital.
Yeah.
And you've said just before you shouldn't feel shy to speak, to ask a question. And I'm just interested, like this world, we're in this earthly world, is a physical form, and as physical feeling beings we have feelings which I've kind of been encouraged to believe are not right or wrong, they just are. It's about how I react or respond to them. And just a couple of times, and maybe I'm getting picky, but I just feel like a couple of times I've heard you say like it's not right to feel scared, or you shouldn't feel scared, or you shouldn't feel shy. And I'm just wondering where you sit with that. Are you just speaking shorthand, and it's not?
Am I just one?
Speaking shorthand when you say that? It's like
shorthand.
Yeah, like am I being picky by thinking that it's okay to feel those things? It's what you do about them that's important.
Yeah. So, there are two things that are required in the spiritual journey. One is determination, because it's easy to get jacked up and excited and think, yeah, I'm going to go for it and everything. But then you go out there you're back in where you were and everything, and you feel like, you're getting overwhelmed. But so you do need determination that, and what we encourage people, like for instance, in developing a meditation habit. So the two main forms of meditation I use, one is like the singing kirtan, and especially when it's in a group, it has a unique spiritual potency. The other one is I use these beads, japa beads, and I in using them, I roll the bead back and forward while I'm chanting the mantra, then I go to the next one. And so what it does is it helps me to keep track of, I try to make a commitment to how much time I will spend doing it. And that can be in terms of 20 minutes or 15 minutes or 30, whatever you committed to. Or it can be, in counting on these beads. The beads help in this practice called japa. I'm engaging 3 of my 5 tactile senses. The sense of touch I'm using, and I'm muttering softly, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And I'm also hearing that. And so what that does is it really assists the mind in becoming focused on things. So when we engage in the practice, and we're trying to cultivate understanding, we will gradually come to a deeper appreciation of what spirituality really means. We absolutely accept and embrace the reality of being embodied. We're here in this world, in this body. And we've become deeply conditioned. We respond mentally, psychologically, physically to different types of things. And that's just a natural part of our condition and things. When we become committed to a spiritual practice every day, then what that does is it brings clarity to the things that we are experiencing and how we are perceiving things, how we are thinking about things. There will be an increased clarity, which will make us, as I said, a better person, and that we will generally start becoming more patient and more thoughtful. So, but when we try to build a spiritual practice, we are still very conditioned. Our mind's going to distract us. Our mind's going to tell us, oh, don't worry about it now. Just do it later. Just do something else that, And so it's kind of like you find yourself challenged if you make a commitment every day to do 15 solid minutes of really absorbed meditation, this chanting. You're over time, whether it's a few days or a few weeks, your mind will start telling you, oh, no, just do it later, it's fine. And your tendency will be to do it. Or you'll just kind of think, take a break for a while, that type of thing. Determination means, I can make a commitment to myself that I will do this no matter what. And that level of commitment, even to something small but very regular, is powerful and transformative. The other quality apart from determination is patience. We should understand that we've been deeply conditioned by so many ideas. Our consciousness has become very polluted from a material or from a spiritual perspective with material conditioning and ideas. And my mind will bother me, my different desires and senses will bother me. And I must learn to be patient with that. That is not going to be an overnight change. So if we're patient and determined, it will, the process will have a wonderful effect. Yes, we accept, the condition that we are in, but we understand and we know and we will see it from associating with other people on the path, that over time we all will become transformed or changed. Does that answer things for you, or you want to go a little bit further?
It doesn't really answer that question, but that's okay. I'm interested in what you just talked about.
That's okay? We're dealing with things, this is like meditation and spiritual life, just boiled down to the simplest things. But actually, it's deeply profound. Like in the Vedic teachings, we will come to understand that we actually have two bodies. You have the gross physical body, but there is also a subtle body. It is called the linga sarira. The subtle body is comprised of the mind and what's called the intelligence or buddhi. And intelligence here, I don't mean, your capability to perform mathematics mentally or, anything like that. It's more, it has a somewhat different meaning. And the third component is called the ahankara, the false ego, the false concepts of self that we are deeply conditioned by. And that subtle body is something that really affects us and influences us. So for instance, sometimes you can have thoughts that you don't want, and you're going, God, I wish I wasn't being disturbed by this. Or you're trying to concentrate on something and you can't get your mind to concentrate. Come on, and you need to finish something, or there's something critical. The fact that you can attempt to control your mind indicates that the mind is not you, that you are separate from it somehow, and you are seeking to exercise control over it. In this world, one of the great conditioning that we have is we don't distinguish the mind from ourself. And so whatever the mind's going through, fear, excitement, anticipation, happiness, depression, we totally identify with what's going on in our mind. And we say that this is us. And that's not a good thing. And this spiritual process will help you to actually come to understand that and to learn to make better choices in life, to take good directions. So we're just dealing with some of the simple stuff, and you don't need more than the simple stuff. That's important to understand. But if you want to dig deeper, it's profound, it's amazing the way in which the ancient yogis and the ancient spiritual texts, the Vedas, dealt with a lot of these subjects. Truly amazing.
Just before the break, you spoke about three aspects of the self. Now, I've forgotten what they are already.
Well, Yeah, I'll just repeat for you, and then you see if you've got something on to add onto it. You have a gross physical body, but there is also a subtle body. That subtle body is comprised of the mind, the intelligence, and what's called the false ego, the false concepts of self. That is like a separate, subtle body which covers the soul. The living being perceives everything through the subtle and gross body, and becomes. This is going too deep. Don't worry about it. But those are the three items that comprise the subtle body. Like when you see somebody, if you look at them, by looking at their face and their body and everything, you may think that they're enormously attractive. You may think, wow, that seems like such a nice person. But then when you start hanging out with them, it's like, oh my God. So it's kind of like the idea of somebody giving you a gift wrap box, and just because it's nicely gift wrapped and there's a ribbon and everything, you think, wow, this is amazing, this is beautiful, this is wonderful, something really nice. But then you unwrap it and there's a dog turd inside. You don't know. But we are taught, especially now, the whole selfie culture and everything, but since way before, to be absorbed in superficiality. And if things look good, we expect them to be good. But no, they may look good, but so that is the subtle body that you're experiencing, how someone thinks, how they behave, how they react to difficulty, how they deal with conflict. All of those things are not physical; they're happening, in the mental sphere.
I'm not sure, Acharya. He was asking about like essence, position, and function.
Thank you. That was it. Yeah.
Oh my God! My apologies. Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't catch some of it. I should wear hearing aid. So when you want to discover the truth about anything, you actually need to know its essence, position, and function. So that what is it constructed of? Where does it fit in relation to everything else? And how does it function naturally? When you understand that, then you understand the thing. Whether it's a car, whether it's a garden hose, you know what I mean? Whatever. Those three things give you a complete picture. And those three things can also be applied to discovering what is the soul, what is the spirit soul, the spiritual being. So we understand that the body is just constituted of atoms. It's amazing. But that's all it's constituted of, is atomic particles. So what is the spiritual being, the spiritual person, constituted of? What is its essence? And the essence is, in this world, there are fundamentally only two kinds of energy. One is the material energy, and the other one is spiritual in nature. Material energy can be adjusted in so many different ways and take on so many different forms that come with different aromas and qualities, but it's fundamentally the same stuff. The spiritual energy is called Brahman. And it literally means like spiritual energy. And it has characteristics. It's eternal, it's unchangeable, it's immutable. That's its characteristic of its essence. When we talk about position, and I'll try to just do this as simply as I can, we, in a corrupted state, see ourselves at the center of everything, right? We see everything, and myself at the center. But in reality, I am not the center of the universe. I am insignificant. I try to feel myself as the central enjoying agent. I'm always looking at things in terms of, oh, I don't like that because it doesn't give me enjoyment. Oh, I like that because it gives me enjoyment. I'm perceiving and looking at everything, relationships, situations, work, everything in relation to my capacity to enjoy it. So I see myself at the center of things, and I am always really controlled by ideas of my enjoying everything. The reality is that I am not the center of things, nor am I the supreme independent enjoyer of everything. That makes me if I manifest that mentality overtly, everybody goes, oh, that person's such a dick. All they think about is themselves. They're just trying to exploit everyone for their own happiness, right? Isn't it? But yet, we're also doing that. We're just not very open about it. The position of the soul, the living entity, is that we are eternally subservient to some higher spiritual reality or truth. In this world, I want to be the Lord of all I purvey. I want to be the king of my castle. I want to be the dude as much as I can. Yet, I am always controlled. I'm controlled by my emotions. I'm controlled by hunger. I might be controlled by my husband or wife. I can't drive through a red light. I can if I want, but I'm not going to be able to drive for very long if I keep doing that. My license will be taken away, and then eventually my car will be confiscated. I am always controlled. I'm controlled by the material element, like the weather. The weather controls me. There's so many things that control me all the time. So I am not fully independent, supremely the person who enjoys everything, that I am in control of everything, although this is what I am trying to do. And in doing that, in effect, I am trying to be like a mini God without even realizing it. I'm trying to be like a mini God. And because I have this mentality, it doesn't matter how successful I become, I will always feel emptiness in my heart. I will always feel a lack of satisfaction, a lack of fulfillment. My position is that I am subservient to God. I am small. I am not supreme, and I am not the center of everything. When we speak of natural function, when I talked about removing all forms of material covering or contamination, in its pure state, all spiritual beings, all souls, will seek two things. One is to love, and that love will be directed at the highest object of love, which is God. And in that experience of overwhelming love, I will seek to render service. Just like in this world, in relationships, if you feel very affectionate or you feel love for someone, are you not seeking to please them? Don't you want to give them gifts and do nice things for them? This is a tiny reflection of another higher spiritual reality that is tied to our eternal nature. Did I get it right that time? Yeah. Is that okay? Okay, countdown. Yeah. Can we get a mic? I want to make sure I hear them clearly.
I just want to get your take on something. For a period of years I worked in aged care, and a lot of those years were at night, and generally when people pass away in aged care facilities, it's for some reason...
When people
pass away,
yeah.
It's generally at night time. So I guess I was fortunate to be there for many people's passings. One thing I had noticed, and I don't know why, but some people were ready and very accepting that it's time, and not long before they passed away, they seemed very calm, very happy, very chilled, even to the point that a lot of people in aged care facilities have things like mobility problems and pain. You know, say 24 hours before, the pain's not there.
Yeah.
They're able to move a bit freer. And their passing's really calm. Yet others...
struggle.
Really resistive.
Yeah, resistance.
Yeah, I just want your take on that.
So just as a general thing, and I'm not going to limit it to that, you will find that people that have some religious or spiritual background, even if they are not practicing, you know what I mean, at that time, but people that have had that kind of exposure and association, they have a clear idea that it's not all about me, that there is something bigger, and God in whatever form. And they feel that they can actually take shelter. And taking shelter means letting go. I don't have to resist, and there is actually nothing to fear. It's going to be okay. And if you talk to them in that kind of language, you'll find most people will say those types of things, and it will often be founded either in some religious upbringing or something, or that something has happened in their life where they've had experiences that show them that. Whereas others, you will find, and others can also have, you know, some religious background and everything that doesn't insulate you, but you'll find that people that are more, and I'm going to use a term that some people might object to, but people that are more selfish and self-centered, who feel that I should have had this in my life, why couldn't it be like that? I was done wrong by this person, and that person did so much wrong. And it's all this me stuff, you know, and this is not fair. Why can't, you know, you'll see that that's the overriding thing that's influencing them. Whereas the other person has felt very surrendered. I had a nice experience with my dad. I had lived most of my life in Asia, about 35 years, and then about 6 years in Hawaii before moving back to New Zealand. And just before I moved back, I was coming back sometimes for some work that I was doing, and I would visit with my father. And he was put into a aged care home. He fell over and broke his hip or shoulder, and he was lying on the ground for like 6 hours before somebody, you know what I mean, he could get somebody's attention. He was living in a RSA village. You know, they're just small little units and they're together, but he couldn't quite get anybody's attention. It was getting to the point where he was a danger living on his own, even though he was fiercely independent. So my brother and sister put him in an aged care place, and he didn't like it. I used to visit him, and I did talk to him, and he expressed some nice things to me at times. He had said that he really admires what I am doing and the nature of my faith and things and clarity. And he said, I wish I was like you. So, you know, it's a very nice, he converted to Catholicism because my mum was a Catholic and her parents were fanatical Catholics. And so he did it to do the marriage, and he was okay with it, but it didn't last that long. After a few years, him and my mum didn't go to church or anything anymore. My mum had a near-death experience from a heart attack, and she was like out for some time, and the guys came in with a defibrillator and shocked her body back again, and you know, and she wouldn't tell my dad what happened, but she told him that there's nothing to be afraid of. And she wouldn't talk about it. She said, just when time comes for you, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. So she'd had some sort of positive experience. So I'd talk to my dad a little bit about things sometimes, you know, fundamental spiritual things. And he was on board with it all and stuff, and he liked it. But he didn't want to go too deep, and he didn't want to spend too long talking. He'd rather, you know, watch the footy. And he was a good guy, but he had this attitude that he couldn't tolerate people being done wrong. He was a tough guy, and he would stand up for people. He wasn't afraid to fight or, you know what I mean, anything like that, which is good. And he sort of told me that he sort of prayed at night and every morning as just a daily practice that he used to do. And so in talking about things, he told me, look, you know, I'm fine. I'm not afraid. It's all going to be okay. So I had come back to New Zealand, and I, you know, went to see him and started talking with him, and thought I'd take him for a spin around the block, you know, in the wheelchair. And he's kind of big, like, you know, my size, and I've got to lift him up and put him in a wheelchair. It was a bit of a struggle. Then as soon as I put him in the chair, he says to me, you know what I told you before about not being afraid? He said, actually, now that it is very close, I'm actually beginning to feel afraid. Which was quite extraordinary that he would be, you know, so open. So I took him for a bit of a spin, and I told him something. I told him that there are two paths to God or to a higher spiritual experience. One is called the ascending path, and the other one is called the descending path. The ascending path, or the Arahapanta, it is called in Sanskrit. It means I am depending upon my strength, on my righteousness, on my austerities, on my meditation. You know, it's kind of like the idea of trying to conquer a mountain by my efforts, you know. So it's like somebody training to climb Mount Everest. and they've got all the conditioning, they got the team together, they got all the gear, they're expert in everything, and they go to the foot of Everest, and they're going to sleep for the night, and then they're going to set off for Camp 1 the next morning. And you go to bed and you sleep, and you wake up and open your tent, and Mount Everest has moved 40 kilometers. It's like, what the hell? And now I got to pack up my tent and move all the way there, and then set up again for the night, and okay, let's do it in the morning. You open the tent, now it's moved 38 kilometers in another direction. The point I'm making, the mountain is just rock and impersonal, but everything that is spiritual is personal and conscious. And you can't, just by your will and effort, think that you can summit the peak. It's not a one-way street. It requires relationship and connection, which is the meaning of yoga. So I knew that he felt that he always had to be righteous in his actions and thinking. And that was going to kind of like, you buy your way into heaven by righteous acts, you know, the concept. So I told him there is another path. It's called the Avaroha Pantha, the descending path. And I said, this is an extreme example. A person could have utterly wasted their life and caused chaos and havoc. They may have a massive drug or alcohol addiction. They may be living on the street. They've burned all their bridges, destroyed everything. There is nothing good that they have ever done. They have just created chaos. And they could be lying in the gutter, dying. And in a moment of clarity, earnestly pray in their heart that I am utterly unworthy. There is nothing good about me. Nothing. And I am undeserving and unworthy. Yet I have no other shelter. Please give me shelter. If a person prayed with such earnestness, that was their meditation and focus, and they left their body, they would not remain in the material world. They would be transported to a spiritual dimension by praying in such a way, such lowliness and submissiveness of heart and feeling unqualified. And so I said, I told him that, and we ended up going around 2 blocks, so I could finish the story. And I got him back to his room and helped him out of the chair onto the bed. And he looked at me and he said, what you just told me has absolutely blown my mind. He said, I realize now that my whole life I've been doing it wrong. So I asked him, would you like me to chant for you? And he said, yes, please. So I had a guitar, and so we'd just sit there and chant for maybe about 3 hours. I'd do the Elvis Presley, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, just singing. And my God, you'd look out, in his hallway when the doors open, and you got all these old people packing in the room, and you got nurses and the doctor, and everybody's just there, that feeling. There's just this power here. There's something really different going on. So I asked him, told him, I had to leave in a couple of days. I asked him if I gave him a little CD of some chanting and bought him a CD player, and he hated us buying anything for him. He wanted to be the dad, He said he would happily accept that. So I said, just take shelter in this spiritual sound. This is the only thing that you will be able to bring with you when it is time to leave. That this will be like a boat to carry you across the ocean of material existence. And he thanked me very much for that and said he would do it, that I should not worry. And maybe about 2.5 weeks later, he left. And I know that, you know, he was taking shelter. It's all good. So that's a little bit of extended version to, you know, when you can add a little bit more spiritual support for people. People crave to know, what should I be doing? And even family members crave, you know, what do we do? How should this be done? I've had the enormous privilege of assisting a number of people and through that experience, and it's always been extraordinary when a person does it in a very conscious and a humble way. It's deeply moving. Okay, I think we're done. What? Should we just chant a little bit? Yes. So we'll chant the Elvis Presley one. If I can remember it. So because it takes a while to get through the mantra, I'll sing the first one, then we'll just sing all together. try doing that for about 3 or 4 hours. It's wonderful. We had a nice experience. My friend Paramahamsadas went looking for, when he came back to New Zealand, somebody that had strayed, that was a practitioner of this process when he was younger. And soon after finding him, it was discovered that he was actually had cancer, and it was terminal, and he was dying. And so they put him he was in a hospice. And I found out about it, so I'd never actually met him before, but we went along and we would chant like that for like 3 or 4 hours at a time. And there were Catholic nuns that were running the hospice. And they would come to the room and open the door so the chanting could go all around. And we came one day and got in the elevator. It was on the 2nd floor. And some guy came in and he goes, "Oh, so you're the entertainment on the 2nd floor." And I said, "Is it bothering you, you know?" And he said, "No, absolutely not." He said, "I have a niece that is dying of cancer, and it's so comforting to hear this." And we'd have people that found out, you know, they knew him, they would come in the room and they walk in and the whole place is just like spiritually surcharged. People would just like sit down and just burst into tears, not because it's sad, but because it's just amazing and wonderful. Some woman came in and she was sitting there for some time crying, and then she came over to the end of the bed, just was massaging his feet, you know, and this big Maori guy came in and sat behind me. It's like a huge guy. And he sat down and he only lasted about 30 seconds and he just broke down and was just sobbing and sobbing like for about 15 minutes. Then he got up and left, you know. And it's just like, it's nice in those situations. This is a nice thing to add to elder care. People take shelter there. So we must practice this. We don't have to. Dying is not a qualification to know God. If you don't know God before you die, you're not going to know him after. In this lifetime, this process can bring you to the highest experience of self and God realization. You can actually come to know him in the same way we are conversing here. Okay, that's it. We're done.